Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second session of the North Carolina Accountability Task Force. Very excited to have everybody here, and thank you to people who are so committed to this effort and are not just here, but also thinking about it when they're not here and coming up with some thoughts and ideas that are so valuable when you're not here as well. So thank you to everyone for all that you're doing. We have a busy day scheduled, and we're looking forward to going through some things. I do want to say thank you to the staff and our consultants for providing the materials that we got. I think, generally speaking, talking to several people, they found them to be very helpful. And so if anything, the only request I heard was, can we get those sooner, closer to the time of the meeting we just finished? I heard that uniformly. So that's something hopefully we can all work on. But anyway, thank you very much. I'm going to kick this to Rupen Fafaria to start our meeting. Quick reminder, this meeting is being streamed, and so if you are speaking, try to remember, and I'll be the first one to forget, I promise you, to click on and off on your microphone so everyone can hear you clearly, not just in the room, but also.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you to all of you task force members for your continued commitment. It has been really inspiring to watch you all work. This is important work, and we all need your bodies and your brains here. I'll just go through some quick housekeeping. DPI has a team that's here to support you. I am here along with Curtis Sonneman, the project lead for the task force. Dr. Michael Marr is in DC right now with the U.S. Department of Education for a meeting of accountability and testing directors. But Curtis and I will hopefully be able to fill in nicely. Dr. Maria Petrie-Martin, our deputy superintendent, is here. And as throughout the day, others from DPI will be here. So if you need anything, just ask us. Housekeeping reminders from last time. The restrooms on the north end of the building, I believe, are down. And so the restrooms are here on the south side. So elevators north, bathrooms south. But most of what you'll need to be in the room in the back, just behind you. We are fortunate to have our team from the Center for Assessment with us. Carla and Chris are joining us in person. Juan is online helping us to facilitate for our online task force members, and I will turn it to them shortly. I want to pause here on this slide. We have the bit.ly or the tiny URL. This QR code or the link will take you to the page where we'll do surveys. I think there may be 3 different surveys that we'll do.
And I also emailed them out. Emailed out the link.
If anyone has any difficulty accessing these, let us know. If you need a printed hard copy, let us know that as well. We'll be happy to help. Our agenda for today, I'm very excited for this agenda. I've been waiting for this meeting. It was a joy to watch you all work last, I guess, 2 months ago. And that work really, I think you saw, drove that draft theory of action. And that theory of action really sets up what we want the accountability model to be able to do for the state. Who would be the primary users? What can they do with that material? But today we're going to get into design principles and indicators. And so we'll start the day discussing feedback on the theory of action. Then our friends from the center will take us through the NASM report, a framework for indicators and measures. We'll discuss a little bit about our current accountability system, looking at what should stay, what needs to go, what needs to change. And then we'll go into 2 parts of design principle work. That design principle work, I'm going to ask you as a personal favor to really lean in. You know, I think that sometimes we forget about the elasticity of accountability models. You know, if you stretch in one direction, it'll stretch, but then it'll pull from another direction. And so holding that tension and really pushing ourselves to determine what our principles, our grounding principles ought to be. And then we will end looking at some of those indicators. I'm going to skip this outcome slide and pause here on the task force work group slide. We have now assembled a work group, and I think it's important that we have a clear understanding of how that work group is supporting this task force. And so today we'll be talking about those design principles. And those principles are going to ground the work of the work group. We're also going to get into our first discussion on indicators. And those indicators, again, are going to direct and guide the work of the work group. From the time that we adjourn today until we have our virtual meeting in June, that work group is going to meet twice. They are really focused on the technical aspects of the design, things that none of us really want to bother with. I mean, the questions that really are too high level for me, but all of that work is going to be grounded and directed by the work that's happening today. They will meet twice, and when we meet virtually in June, you will get an update on that work so that you can give initial feedback. They'll meet twice more so that when we meet in August, they will have responded to your direction from the June meeting, and that will be another opportunity for adjustment. And all in the hopes that when they bring indicators and the first working draft of a model in October, we'll be ready to lean in and take the work across the finish line. Anything to add on that, Curtis? No, I think you summed it up very well. Thank you. Our timelines and deliverables, we have worked through the theory of action. The work that we did, some of the work of 2 months ago and the work of today is now looking at the design framework development. I mentioned that you would get an update on the work group in June, but you'll also get that landscape review in June. And we remain optimistic of model prototyping and testing completed by April of 2027. Meeting norms. Am I turning it over now? Okay. Meeting norms. So we do have a large group. We listen as much as we contribute. All of our meeting norms are the same as last time. We want to invite in different perspectives. We think that we are stronger when we're able to hear each other and when we're able to work with each other. I do want to lift up, ask the next hard question, and to stay present because it is a long day and there will be a lot of work. But as I've said already, it is critical and we are counting on you. And with that, I will turn it over to our friends from the center.
Right. Good morning. And the last, the very last norm was to dream boldly, and I encourage you to do that because there are lots of things that are in your system right now that that could be redesigned very differently. So, for example, even with weights, some states don't have weights, right? Maybe you don't use weights. Maybe you use a dashboard. So, there really is there are lots and lots of different options for you, and so keep that in mind throughout the day that you can dream boldly, think out of the box, and come up with ideas. These design principles are at a really high level. So the working group, their job is going to be to tell you whether or not certain ideas will work and how feasible they are. And I should pause and introduce myself. I'm Chris Brandt. Rupen introduced me, but I'm an associate with the Center for Assessment. I was here the first time. Nice to see everyone again. This morning, I'm going to open it up by just reviewing what we did in the first meeting. So the first meeting, we focused on getting feedback and information to draft the theory of action. And I want to zoom out now and just look at big picture. So when you redesign an accountability system, that redesign process has 3 components. The first component is developing the theory of action. The theory of action is usually it's both a narrative and a graphic, so you have both of those. And the purpose of the theory of action is to tell the public how the accountability system is designed to work, right? What are the conditions that are necessary? What data and information do we need? How is that information going to be used by different end user groups? And then those uses in turn should support and influence schools and students. So that's what this theory of action is designed to do. From there, we need design principles. These are high-level values and priorities that should guide the design decisions. Meeting one was all about developing the theory of action. Today, we're going to spend the bulk of the time developing the design principles. Then step 3 is selecting the indicators, the measures, and thinking about how can we combine these in a way that that culminates into a summative determination for a school, right? So those characteristics and features, that is going to be what the working group does. They're going to take those design principles and they're going to take the recommendations that you have and come back to you with ideas about what's feasible, what's not feasible related to the measures and the indicators that are in the system, and potentially new indicators that you want to include. And Rupen mentioned that the working group, the first working group meeting is in May, so we'll have a couple of working group meetings before we come back to you in June to say this is what the working group recommends. So we provided you with a draft theory of action. You should be able to get to that through the link. Carla sent the email this morning if you don't have it. We also gathered your perspectives on the theory of action using a survey. And I saw this morning, thank you, 16 of you have filled it out, so we're still waiting on 12. But we've got now a pretty good set of responses. We asked you how much you agree or disagree that the theory of action represents the task force's perspective. Is it sufficiently comprehensive? And then is there anything missing? And you have an opportunity there to provide some notes and some narrative information to inform any revisions. And so now I just want to briefly go through this. This is what you have, a hard copy in your folder of what you see here on the screen. You also have, you can get to this on your computers through the web page. But essentially, I'm just going to quickly walk through this. On the top left, you see in the yellow, these are the conditions that you said were necessary in order for the system to work properly. So you said we need clear measures of student learning. We need to be able to monitor access and opportunity to learn. We need transparent, understandable information, holistic school performance reporting as opposed to narrow student reporting, meaningful measures of growth, and timely actionable data. So when those conditions are met, districts, schools, communities, students, they should all have the information that they need to make the decisions necessary coming from the accountability system. So you can see the list there. Districts, they use the information to allocate resources to coordinate improvement strategies. Schools use the information to strengthen teaching supports. Classrooms use it to access effective resources and to select student supports. And then families and communities can use the information to understand school outcomes and to engage with and support the school and students. So when those are used with a high level of fidelity, that in turn will improve school conditions and practices, right? This is the theory. And I'm not going to walk through all of these, but you can see that the improved school conditions and practices are listed there. And that in turn would lead to improved student outcomes and improved long-term outcomes for student graduates. And so in this survey, you can see I just copied this morning. There were 16 responses. So far, 100% of you have said that you either agree or strongly agree that the theory of action represents the task force's perspectives, that it's sufficiently comprehensive. Carla and I looked last night at some of the comments. Really appreciate those. Those were very helpful. We'll go through those more closely um, and make any adjustments that we need to make. But please do make sure, if you haven't filled out the survey, to do so. I'm going to pause here. Are there any questions or comments about the theory of action, narrative, the graphic, what you read? Yeah.
Sorry. Under the guardrails in consideration, there is. I think I have it. I think I understand what it means, but I would like for you to put a little more color to the picture for me. But the third bullet point: the system should protect and promote fair access for students, ensuring that contextual differences do not translate into missed opportunities. When we say contextual differences, what do we mean?
What do we mean by contextual differences? That's a good question. I think the spirit of that was to look at different student groups. So students come to school with different backgrounds, different experiences. And I think that is the meaning of that word, that context. Carla's taking notes.
Yeah, and I can add into that too.
Yeah.
And not just what they bring to school, but what are the opportunities at school. So we know that schools vary. There's rural schools who maybe don't have the same opportunities they can provide to students. So we want to be mindful of that when designing an accountability system, that we're not designing it for just one kind of school with all the resources, or on the other end, we want to be mindful that there's different contextual differences, what students bring in with them to school, but also what the school can offer because of the resources and supports that it has.
Is that helpful?
Yeah. So what I'm hearing without hearing is it's focused on equity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah.
But you're talking about two different things, really.
So
You're talking about, like you said, what the students bring to school.
yeah.
Yep.
And I think just to be totally transparent, one of the things so the word equity, it can be, it's a loaded term and it's defined and it's interpreted very differently. So some people interpret equity as fairness, right? Other people interpret equity in a different way. So we tried to avoid that word in order right? So when this becomes public, that somebody doesn't grab onto that word and say, oh, wait a minute.
I just wanted to ensure that that's what we meant.
Yeah.
That's what we're not allowed to say.
Okay.
If I could throw out for consideration that we think about the term equity as we use it in the context of this work as something that's in every great religion and it's in all great cultures, which is it's our intent to meet the students where they are. And that covers both the geographic, rural, urban divide issues and also where students come from and what they bring with them to the table. If we think of it that way, I think that's what we're trying to get at. But others may disagree, but I throw that out as a possible way to think about it.
Thanks for that.
I do agree with that. And I also, though, think when I read this, I wasn't quite sure either. But a thought that I was having, just given the current realities, is that this is about the accountability system, how we're accountable. But some of those contextual differences regarding budgeting, well, not budgeting, but funding, are external impacts that aren't part of this accountability. And so that was a question I had: was that also a contextual difference? But clear for me now.
Yes, and I think so the funding issue, right, and the supports, I think that would be important at a district and a state level to say, this is the funding we have, and what are the implications of that for the number of schools that we identify for support, given how much money we have, right? And how those resources are distributed, how those resources can be used. So yeah, that's an important point. Yes.
I just wanted to follow back up on the first question. So, first comment. So, the accountability system designs, when we're looking at the 6 boxes in the yellow box, if we're looking at monitoring access and opportunity, does that take into account, I just want to be clear, does that take into account external factors, what we, I guess, call adversity factors that students experience, family background, income? I'm very much in support of accountability, but I also think trying to be realistic how you build in for other external factors. So is that where that falls in this design, or would this not be the place to incorporate that in understanding that as an input?
That's a great question. So I think this is really more about what's happening, like Carla said, this is more about what's happening in school as
Okay.
opposed to outside of school. So for example, are students getting access to high quality curriculum? Are they being taught the concepts that they're being tested on? Do they have access to meals in the morning? So in some ways it is about their backgrounds that they bring, but it's really focused on what the school can do as opposed to factors exogenous to what's happening in the school and what the district and schools have control over.
So just to follow up, so just on whether they're provided a free breakfast or not, would that be included in this? I mean, I guess we capture free and reduced lunches as part of a profile of a school. Is that included in here?
It could be. And I think later, so throughout today, the design principles, the values and priorities that you bring to this, those should come out. And so we can get more, we can get finer grained information about what you want to make sure access to an opportunity to learn really means. And then the working group can then say, well, okay, we can look at indicators to make sure that students feel safe in school, students have access to nutrition, students, have access to high quality curriculum and so forth.
Yep.
Or not, right, and need the resources. Yeah.
So in that context, is it if they had access to high school quality curriculum, that would filter into some kind of performance grade? Is that what we're actually saying?
So you're going to have to think about that. That's a really good point. So if it's what is in the district's control, right, and what's in the school's control. If providing student lunches isn't in their control, right, then you wouldn't want to include that. But schools do have in many cases, they may have a responsibility to provide lunches and breakfast to students. And in that case, you would want to make sure that what the school is responsible for, what the district is responsible for doing, that they're actually doing. But to your point, I think you also need to it's important to keep that context, right? That this is part of right now, North Carolina, every school gets a grade, right? So this is going to be part of that overall summative determination, which is translated into a grade.
I'd love to penalize charters that don't provide lunch and breakfast on their school performance grade. I'll say that for the record as a charter guy. My question also is all of these actions. I mean, those are kind of how you improve schools to get to the grade, right? Mm-hmm. That's not what we're actually focused on.
That's what we're talking about today.
Because
Yep.
okay.
Absolutely, yep.
Because those are those seem like that's like the work of trying to make schools better.
Yep, yep. And what's in yellow is really, these are that assumes that these are the conditions that need to be met, right? So you're working toward creating those conditions so that the uses can be realized and so that the changes that you would expect schools to make are possible.
Okay.
Yeah, so we will circle back to this. I'm going to transition to Carla. She's going to talk about the National Academy report and some of the other indicators.
Carla, as you start, I noticed that our superintendent was able to walk into the room, and I don't know his schedule today or how long he can stay, but if he wants to give a few remarks, I want to give him that opportunity while he's here.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to come in and let y'all know just by my presence how much I appreciate all of what y'all are doing, and was paying attention to the conversation and the back and forth. But no, I don't have to make any sort of formal comments. Thanks so much.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, thank you for being here. So we are not moving on from this conversation. We are going to encourage this conversation, but I think it'll be helpful if we get a little bit more background on what are the possible ways we can think about school quality. And then we are going to be narrowing to saying, what do we want to think about with respect to identifying schools that are most urgently in need of support, rather than what might just be reported outside of it. So there's a lot of things that matter for school quality, for school improvement purposes. But part of the conversation today is that might all matter, but when we think about what do we want to use for identifying a school, that might become a little bit more narrow. So what we wanted to give you today is the most broad look at anything you could potentially think would be important to include related to student outcomes, related to opportunities to learn, opportunities to access. And then you might winnow that down through conversations today and say, here's sort of the set we want to give as priorities for the working group to go and have further discussions about, and bring back here and say, here's the trade-offs, because everything has trade-offs, right? Rupin started that way. You pull one direction, it is pulling from another direction. And so the working group can come back to you with that more fine-grained information. We will leave this survey open for the theory of action, and we encourage you, if you haven't already or you want to fill it out again after this conversation, please do, and we will bring this back to you, a revised version, and we will continue to work at this. We don't do a theory of action and then put it on a shelf. In fact, we encourage states to revisit their theory of action even after the design of their accountability system, because it's really an evaluation tool. And at some point, you might start to question certain parts of it. So we're not going to be done with it. So don't think like, wait a minute, I'm not sure about this exact wording. Put all of those comments in there, put your questions, and then we'll return to it as we go forward. So I wanted to back up and give you that really broad view. So the NASM is the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. What they do is they bring together scholars from all over the United States who work on issues. And in this particular report, it had a consensus study report in 2020, followed by a guidebook for states. And the scholars they brought together focused on what are the broadest set of indicators you can think of related to school quality. And so they divided those into two categories: indicators of disparities in student outcomes and indicators of disparities in access to resources and opportunities. We think that this is the broadest that we have seen in the field. It's the broadest look. And you can see these 16 indicators listed here. And we are going to talk about all of them today. Are we going to talk about all of them to the level of detail that you might want? Probably not, but we're going to give you the first bite of the apple to say, is this something you want the working group to talk about more and bring back some ideas? So it doesn't mean that we're never going to talk about them again, but we want your priorities today, because otherwise we can't really narrow the gauge and say, what would we want to identify schools? Not just report or say is important, but we really want to use to identify schools. Right now, 4 of these are in North Carolina's current system. And right after I'm done here, Chris is going to say, okay, let's go through these 4. What are you currently doing in North Carolina? what do you want to keep? What do you want to get rid of? What might you want to revise? Because perhaps you like the indicator, but the measure of that indicator is not working for you. So performance on tests is a key part of the current North Carolina accountability system, and Chris will explain more detail about how that's measured and for what subjects, and then he'll give you some options for how you might think about expanding that if you're interested in giving that as a priority to the working group. On-time graduation, post-secondary readiness, and access to and enrollment in rigorous coursework. And we'll talk about how North Carolina has defined those now, but we'll also give you that landscape review, how you could consider even access to rigorous coursework in a more broad sense, for example, or on-time graduation in a more broad sense, because states do different years, for example, extended grad rates, because they're trying to incentivize schools to keep students and to help them to graduate rather than just let them drop out, for example. We didn't want you to read 600 pages of a consensus report. We were trying to be nice, nor to read the follow-up guidebook for states. We get the pleasure of reading those things. So we tried to distill it into a 3-page, I think it's a 3-page brief. It's in your handouts. And we hope you had an opportunity to read that ahead of time. If you didn't, that's okay, because part of it is a cheat sheet where we're giving you the 16 indicators that are in the consensus report and in the follow-up guidebook. And we're telling you what are the measures when they surveyed across states, what states are currently reporting or using for Big A accountability. So this spans not just for Big A accountability for identifying schools, but also for reporting. What are they doing? And so you'll see the indicators are listed in the second column, and then the measures, the metrics that they may be using that are associated with that. And then where they're currently implemented in ESSA. So that's the federal accountability systems. We don't really have a great look at all of the state accountability systems. Some states actually, their federal and state are the same system. In others, they're very different or they're somewhat different. This is a landscape review of what's happening in the federal system, which means it's constrained because there are tight guardrails on what can be included in federal accountability systems. There's 5 indicators, there's all these rules about them. So this is going to give you a tighter look at what states are currently doing in their federal systems. But we think it's enough information that in a minute, after Chris gives some of the background on North Carolina, you're going to talk through the 4 indicators in North Carolina first. And then later this afternoon, we're going to return to the other 12. And you can use this to take notes and to basically help us to prioritize. We want the working group to go talk about indicator X, Y, and Z. Bring us back some options with trade-offs and tensions. That makes sense? So that's how you should look at this. There's also, they're color-coded. And the color coding is just to signify to you, some of them are much easier to collect and they're more reliable. That's the green. And why? Because they've been used in federal accountability systems since No Child Left Behind. There are some that are really ambitious, maybe reported in some aspect of a state system, but most states don't include them for federal accountability because there might be issues with data collection. It might be too burdensome, or the quality of data is really difficult, or it's more qualitative information, or it really doesn't, it's not under a school's control. It's not something that a school can control what happens before they start kindergarten, for example. It might be that the state doesn't provide free pre-K, those kinds of things. And then the yellow are somewhere in between, but we don't want you to get so caught up on the coloring, because if you think it's important for the working group to talk about and bring you back some options, tell them to bring you back some options. Don't be so narrow-minded that it's like, well, we can only have them talk about the green. The green are there because of federal constraints. It doesn't mean that if you think an indicator is really important and it's a key factor in identifying a school that might be urgently in need of support, then please do say that that would be a priority for the working group. So think about importance and let the working group bring back to you the trade-offs and the tensions inherent within that. So as Chris mentioned, we're going to be doing some zooming in and out today. We don't want you to be discombobulated. So you're going to see here in a minute, we're going to zoom in, Chris will, on North Carolina's current system. That means we're not going to talk about the 12 other things. We're going to talk about the 4 out of the 16 indicators. Then we're going to talk about design principles, and then we're going to zoom back in and talk about the remaining 12. And again, as I've been saying, and as Chris said, think about big A accountability. That's how we often talk about it in our field. This is the indicators that will be used to identify schools. This isn't everything that matters. There's a lot that matters. There's a lot of inputs. There's a lot of processes that matter. But do you want it to be used to identify a school? So focus in there and leave the reporting to another conversation. And that's sometimes hard to do, so let me encourage you to really do that. Like, it's important, and you can say that out loud, but that might be just for reporting and not for identifying schools. And with that, Chris?
Okay, so this is going to start our first session. So this is going to be for the next hour. I'm not going to talk at you, don't worry. But I do want to introduce and just summarize what the current system in North Carolina is so that you have a grounding, and then what some possibilities are in terms of measures and indicators that you might include or replace with what's already there. So let's start with the indicators and measures that North Carolina currently uses. Let me back up and just say, just to make sure we're clear on definitions, an indicator is, as you can see there in the middle column, for elementary and middle school, there are 3 indicators that are used in North Carolina to evaluate a school. Those indicators are connected to multiple measures. So you can see that an indicator may have 1 or more measures as part of it, right? How are we going to measure that indicator? So when we talk about indicator and measure, I just want to make sure everyone's clear on what we mean. Sure. Yeah. So for example, achievement in the middle column there, achievement is one indicator, growth is another, English learner progress is a third indicator for that's used at the elementary middle school level to grade a school in North Carolina. Those indicators are associated with 1 or more measures that get loaded into. So growth is not necessarily a measure, it's an indicator, but it's measured by, in North Carolina, reading, math, and science EVA scores. Achievement is the second indicator, measured by reading, math, and science, end of grade percent proficiency. And English learner progress is measured by just one test, the percent meeting annual progress targets on the WIDA access test. Now, notably, we map this back to the National Academy report. If I say NASM report, National Academy report, I'm talking about the same report. All of these indicators map back to one indicator in the NASM report. So all of these indicators in schools, in elementary and middle school, their grade is entirely based on test scores. At the high school level, it's the same, plus they add 3 more indicators. So they add the 4-year graduation, on-time graduation indicator, which is federally required, so that has to stay in there. Access to and enrollment in rigorous coursework. You've got the math course rigor indicator and post-secondary readiness indicator, and you can see on the right in column 3 how each of those are measured. Let me pause here just for clarification. Any questions? Yes, question.
If I heard correctly, this is in green because we have reliable, I forget the language that was used, but we have something that we at least relied on in the past.
Yes.
Does that presume we believe that reliability should be assumed?
These are, well, the measures, like for achievement, for example, and for growth, these go through a peer review process. And so they have been reviewed for reliability, validity, and fairness. And the technical aspects of the test that you use in North Carolina have been vetted, so to speak. The other indicators that are part of that report haven't necessarily been vetted in that way, but the data is likely available for yellow, right? The data is likely available and can be created in such a way that you can examine reliability, validity, and if it meets your criteria, then can be included. And again, that's something that the working group will do and come back to you and say, you know, this measure that you recommended, this indicator you recommended, here's how we can measure it. These are the things that we need to consider if we want to move forward with it.
That's helpful because at least sets the groundwork for what you're saying when you say that. So, I mean, I've always said on a accountability test, you tell me the cut score. I mean, you tell me what you need and I'll get you the cut score to get it. I don't consider that reliable, for example.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that's occurring, but I'm saying how you define it was helpful.
Thank you. Senator.
Thank you. Quick background inquiry. So when were the performance measures established by the state? And my second question is, if someone could just explain the ACT work key percent proficient indicator, and is that, I'm assuming, is this applied? Every student takes these work key tests?
Yes.
This is Curtis Sonneman, Acting Director of the Office of Accountability. So I think I heard a couple questions, so I want to start with, can you give me the first one you had?
When were the indicators established by the state, the four that we have?
Those indicators were established through legislation in 2013 for the school performance grades.
Okay.
They were amended slightly when the Every Student Succeeds Act came out to include the English Learner Progress, which was not part of the original school performance grades, but it was updated at that time to comply with federal requirements. So that update was in 2017, 2018, but we've maintained these indicators for about 12 years now.
All of them, including on-time graduation and post-secondary? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. And then the second question was just to provide additional insight on the ACT work keys percent proficient.
So the ACT work keys is a combination of the college readiness exam of ACT that all 11th graders take, and the work keys assessment that career and technical education concentrators take. So in combining that, we look at all students in 12th grade and whether or not they met the minimum requirement on the college readiness assessment, or in the case of CTE concentrators, met the minimum requirement on the work keys assessment if they did not meet the requirement through the college readiness assessment.
Can I ask a question? Is the, my question's about the ACT. When did that, I know we have it, when did it start?
We began administering the ACT for all 11th graders in 2012,
Okay,
and we have maintained that assessment.
yeah. And all God's children in the 11th grade take it, right?
Yes.
No matter what their career path, what their future path may be.
There are some alternate assessments for the students that are on
With
the
disability,
extended
right,
content standards
right.
with disabilities.
Right.
But otherwise, yes, all 11th graders take that
Okay.
assessment.
Although it's a college entrance exam.
Correct.
Okay.
And the work keys is then with the career and technical education concentrators are able to take that. So, but that is certainly something to have more discussions about.
Oh, we have one more question.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, just one more question. So for the post-secondary readiness for ACT percent proficient, if I recall correctly, the UNC system changed the ACT score by which they were defining proficiency or expecting their undergraduates to achieve. Is that something, did the percent proficient, or rather, did the ACT score change in the last decade or so? I just want to make sure I have my understanding.
So there was a time for a number of years that we used 19 as the minimum requirement.
Mm-hmm.
That changed to 17 for about 3 years, and now it has moved again. Or I take that back. I'm sorry, I have that mixed. It started at 17. It changed to 19 for a few years and has moved back to 17.
Okay, thanks for that update.
Is that a state requirement or is that federal driven, ACT?
That is a state determined, so that is an indicator that's in our system that is defined in our state model.
Right,
And
but it's not from the feds.
No.
Okay.
ACT is not required.
How many times have the tests been renormed? Do you know? Let's just say, well, we're getting math new standards, well, the math, let's say,
At the time of new standards.
that's when it's
we then
renormed,
produce new-
but not
new
in between,
assessments.
but not in between.
No, not in
Okay.
between.
It stays the same until the standards change.
That is correct. So the new assessments are developed and they go through
And
a
then it's-
standard setting
right.
process, which then is then approved by the State Board of Education.
Right.
And then those new assessments are used until the next time that standards are changed.
Okay. And that's about,
It's been about every 5 years.
Every 5 years, I
they're
believe.
changing to a model of about every 10. Is that correct? 8?
8 to 10, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
These are great questions. Thank you for those. So now let's look at what some other options might be when you're thinking about indicators and measures in the system. And I'm going to pause here. There is a handout. So if you go to the webpage and you also have physical copies. So if you'd rather write by hand, physical copies are in the folder that you have. But this handout, you can see it looks exactly like what's on the screen. There is a column at the end for note-taking. And this may be important because at the end of this activity, we're going to have you come back and fill out a survey. You're going to be taking lots of surveys today. So don't feel surveyed out, but it's really important that we capture this information in a systematic way so that then we can give that to the working group, and the working group knows how to take the design principles that you create and do their work. So at the end of this this session, you're going to have a chance to walk through each of the existing indicators and decide for yourself. So in the survey is individual, but we're going to ask you to discuss those and your perspectives on those, and then fill out the survey. And for each indicator, you're going to say, I want to keep that indicator. It should be in there. It should stay. Or you can say, you know what, we should keep it, but let's explore other options. Or a third way you can respond is to say, this indicator should be removed. We need to consider a different indicator. It shouldn't be part of the current system. So the notes that you have in this note-taking space, as you're talking in your small groups, may be important for you. It may be helpful for you to jot these notes down, because as much as you can provide some context for us and the working group, the better, right? So you say remove this indicator. We'd like to know why do you want it removed? What's your rationale? And so then we can take that and use it to make recommendations. Does that make sense? Okay. So let's start with, what are some other options? And keep in mind that these aren't the only options, right? These are options that, that we pulled in here because we know that other states are using these options, and these are also options that are in the National Academy report. So for example, with achievement, you have reading, you have math, and you have science, and percent proficient is the way that you, is how you use that measure in your current system. But you might consider other options. So for example, you might say, let's expand this and include social studies. Let's include civics. You might want an early literacy test to incorporate K2 performance, financial literacy, AI literacy. You might also reconsider growth. And here, let me say there are two ways that you can think about this. You can think about what is being measured, right? So an example would be social studies, civics. This currently isn't in your system. You can add that. but you can also think about how it's being measured. And so, for example, in growth, maybe you like the current growth, maybe you like the current growth indicator, but you don't like how it's measured. Growth right now is measured using EVOS, but there are lots of other ways of measuring growth. You can use an index table. You can use student growth percentiles. There are 5 or 6 different ways that you can do that. So consider both the what and the how when you're thinking about, and when you're in your discussions and you're also filling out the survey.
Are we going to edit?
So will we also at some point address the when the assessments take place? If it's throughout the year, is it one, are we going to talk about, is it one summative? Are these going to remain as a summative opportunity? Will they be formative? When will that be a part, or is that something we can put in here now?
That is something you can put in there. So for example, you might say, I like the achievement indicator, but let's consider other options. For example, through year assessment, right? And
Although I would say that's outside the bounds of an accountability system redesign. So I'm not sure, that would be
When
a,
is?
DPI is if you,
When is?
What I would say is at this point, what we're trying to capture is the guidance and the full range of thought. And so let me back up a little bit. You know, Chris mentioned that there are multiple ways to do growth, and then, you know, gave some examples. We might not know all of the examples. Just capture your thought that this, you know, we want to find, these are my issues with EVOS. We want to find something that could achieve this. Or just simply, we want to do something different. Capturing that thought is what's most important now, because then the work group will have a little bit more technical expertise to give us options. On a related note, you know, when the assessments occurred throughout the year versus summative at the end, I think that's something to capture now. I think that I take Carla's point that it is outside the bounds of, you know, model strictly speaking, but it's part and parcel, as we know. And so we need to consider it.
So I want to be clear. So the manner in which we assess is not a part of the account, or not a part of this conversation.
they're opening that conversation to you.
Yeah, because it would make, it makes a difference. If you suggest something be done, I mean, give your
Well, no,
example.
I'm okay with it. I just.
that said, I will say,
Before we start filling this out, the EL progress, I think we've even made some changes recently on that. Is anyone, if we're going to make comments about it, it might be helpful if somebody gave a brief explanation about how we go about English learner progress, because it's not identical to what it has been.
Thank you. Our English learner progress measure is currently a value table that measures students for when they start their first assessment, and with an expectation of them exiting over a certain number of years, and they have to meet a score in each subsequent year. So say a student scores a 1.6 on the assessment in their first year, they would expect it to be make a 2.1 in their second year, a 3.0 in their third year, and in their fourth year, they might have to meet the criteria for exiting the status. And that English learner progress is done on WIDA Access Assessment, which is our English language proficiency assessment. There are a few that are used nationally, but WIDA is the one that is most frequently used across the nation. And that measure of progress has been updated in recent years for what is considered exiting, and is going to include, beginning next year, multiple measures tool, which is another way for students to exit. So that would be, those are things that happen not necessarily inside the accountability system, but as a result of other decisions, the accountability system is adjusted to account for, right now we have one single way of exiting through the assessment because of the work of the state board and NCDPI. there will be an additional way to look at students exiting. They will still be counted the same in the accountability system, but those are some things that happen. And to your point, Dr. Jackson, about the assessment, decisions about how the assessment is administered then play into how the accountability system reacts to that. So whether the assessment is a summative assessment or a through-year assessment, there's still a final score associated with those assessments and the students, and that is the piece that goes into the accountability system. So they play with one another in so much as we need to use that information to develop the accountability system, but how the assessment is given and when it is given is a good discussion for here, but ultimately lands in another place where you can have a discussion on what type of assessment that we administer. And then once we have it, how it then plays into the accountability system. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. And I also wanted to, I guess, elevate the conversation around volume, because that will number of tests, because that's been the bigger conversation than the number of tests, when we test, all of that. And so if that's putting the cart before the horse is what I'm hearing. So I get it. And that those other things will feed and drive what we do on that level. So that's helpful for me. But I just know that those are the big rocks that sit on my table often. Just, parents they don't have a real, fight around that part of it, but how much testing, and that's how we got back to where we are now. If you look at how we ended up where we are today, it was because of the volume of testing. And a lot of people thought it was too much. And so I don't want to be a part of creating that as well, going back to that, and then that become the bigger issue, that kids are taking more tests than they need to take.
Absolutely.
And that's you're not going to solve that today, but I just wanted to know how far I was thinking about.
That gets to Rupen's point earlier about that elasticity. You start pulling on that thing, something else has to give on the other end. So
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Is with the EL progress, that's required by ESEA? Is that correct?
that is required in our federal accountability model.
And
That
that comes from the feds.
It does, but as Carla and Chris had noted, and Juan last time, our discussion is about an accountability system for the state. Whether or not that becomes the federal accountability system, or how we modify and potentially have one for the federal, meeting federal requirements, and one that is our state accountability system, are discussions that we should be having within this group. So if you say we want a state accountability system that does not include English learners, we will still have to have English learner progress in a federal accountability system, but they may not look exactly alike anymore, right?
Yeah.
There are some states that do not have identical systems like we do, where our state system is our federal system. And there are some that have two, there are some that, and I think more of those conversations will come forward.
Yeah, I think because we were talking about equity as well, as far as I can tell, this is where you have the only test that is essentially given to a specific subgroup and only them. So we have 400 ESL students at my school. To Dr. Jackson's point, it's virtually unsustainable, the amount of learning time they spend out of the classroom and the lift on the staff to do. And then also, this is the only measure that we basically say these students have to go through this. And I have students that struggle to exit that are scoring 4 on the ELA, EOC, or EOG. And I'm like, kids have been speaking English their whole life and can't pass that. And so I would like us to, just pay attention to that when we talk about how every other test, every kid has to do. So
I think, Alex, that's one of the reasons we spent so much time looking at the exit issue, and why there are reforms coming to that issue where you would not have a student in the posture you just suggested.
We were lots of people were very happy about for this reason. But I think as we think about the inclusion of this and how it's measured, if it's not whatever the structure is with which we have flexibility within the federal accountability parameters. I think it's really important as a person that deals on the ground with this on a daily basis.
And I'll just say quickly and then defer to Dr. Hill, but we received a lot of valuable input at the state board level from the field that went into making some significant inquiry into how we can make that better. And I hope it will be, and we'll continue to want the feedback.
Yeah, we're grateful already.
Dr. Hill.
I was just going to say, just for clarification around this topic, though, what I think I hear you saying is that while EL progress is a requirement for federal, this team could come up with a recommendation or include it in the feedback that that's not something that we want in our state accountability. Correct?
That's correct. The conversation could be that we want two distinct systems of accountability, one for state, one for federal identifications under ESSA, or they could be, with similar indicators, right? It could be that both of them have similar indicators, but might have something that we can't do federally or that we can. But that's a conversation to have and we'll certainly work.
So to Alex's point, then if that's a pain point for our state, we can put that over here that yes, we have to do that for federal, but feedback here might say, we're going to focus on perhaps not including that in our state model in terms of a recommendation.
Absolutely. That's a consideration for this group.
Very helpful, thank you. All right, so let me just walk through the other options that you have. For math course rigor, the math standards course of study is changing, so this will have to change. So if you do say we want to keep math course rigor, if that's something you want to keep, it would be helpful to include some information about what you'd like to see in a new math course rigor indicator. But you can also, as you can see here, you can also do other things. So for example, if math course rigor is important and you want to keep it, you can also move it into or integrate it with a college readiness indicator. And you can incorporate AP, you can incorporate IB, you can incorporate dual course enrollment, SAT, ACT, non-remedial coursework. These are just some other options that you can consider. In terms of how it's being measured, you can look at performance at the end of the course, or you can look at our students, how many students are enrolling in these courses. For the current, your current post-secondary readiness your current post-secondary readiness indicator, you can incorporate CTE and a variety of CTE pathways. You can look at approved apprenticeship or internship programs. If you want to incorporate military readiness, there are ASVAB scores. That's the military readiness assessment. And then you can see there are some other options for how it's being measured. I'm not going to go through those because I want to get us into our small groups. Okay, the last thing I'll say is we are also going to ask you to weigh in not only on the indicators and measures, but also on some of the system level characteristics of your current system. So right now, every school in the state gets a grade, a final grade. And the way that that grade is calculated, you can see here, you've got a set of measures on the left, right? Those measures load into one of two indicators, either achievement or growth. So the English learner progress indicator right now is incorporated into the achievement indicator. A school gets a score. So for example, this is just an example, right? A school might get a score of 50 out of 100 points for achievement, 90 out of 100 points for growth. Achievement is weighted at 80%. Growth is weighted at 20%. So you can see the score, they would end up with a score of 40 for achievement, 18 for growth, and that would equal a final score of 58, which under your system is a grade of C. So that's how it works. And there are a few considerations or things that we want you to consider in this survey. Number one is the single letter grade system. Do you want to keep that? Do you want to revise it? Or do you want to remove it? The percentage of schools identified as DRF. So is it too high? Is it too little? Is it about right? And for just for your reference, in 2021-22, 42.3% of schools received a D or an F. And then number three, you can consider the weighting for achievement. And we want to hear your feedback on this. Is the weight, the relative weights for achievement and growth, is it about right? Is it too little? Or is it too much? And if it's too little or too much, make sure you specify, right, which one is too little or too much. And so we're going to put you in groups of 3 or 4 on your Vice Chair.
I'm sorry, if we could just ask one last question before we go. I think many of us who are perhaps not as embroiled in the day-to-day work on the ACT scores have heard criticisms along the lines of those scores are taken by students when they're juniors, and some of them have not even had the coursework that they would need to know in order to succeed on them. Is that really a valid test indicator for usage in that light? And I'm interested what you and or our own department has to say about that issue. If it's something we're considering continuing to use, is it timed right is maybe the question.
I think, to your point, that is a consideration of this group, is do you want to continue to have the ACT as part of the accountability system, noting the things that the concerns that you have. If you all feel like measuring career and college readiness on using that assessment is not the right model, that's where you could potentially change that and direct us to say, go find other things that could supplement or supplant that ACT. Maybe ACT is a college assessment is part of a broader measure. Ours is limited to ACT and work keys. In some of the research that I've had and discussions with the center, there are other states that use ACT as one piece of multiple measures, where career and technical education certifications and ACT and ASVAB assessment for military readiness and other things are all lumped together. So there's 4 or 5 different things that a student might meet one criteria on, not narrowing it down to a single assessment or 2 assessments, which is what our current model is with ACT and work keys. So the conversation you all have about that modification, that might be a good example of what Chris was pointing at modifying that. Maybe that post-secondary readiness, you want to keep ACT and work keys as 2, but you want to add or recommend that the work group go find some more things that could be put in there. It might be incorporation of AP or dual enrollment. So you have a larger pool to gather from for each student. And you might be able to attend to each student hitting one of those things in a different way, where students that may not test well still earn college credit, by taking dual enrollment courses. They could meet the same criteria as maybe meeting a certain standard on an assessment like ACT. So that's certainly something to think about.
Could it be something that's designed based on what the student plans to do?
I think that's what
We're
absolutely,
saying,
I think
right.
that's the focus that you
Right,
might.
because everybody's not going to college, obviously, for a college entrance exam. Yeah.
So I think
But maybe
that-
going to the military.
That's where in this group conversation you all are going to have and throughout today is tell the work group what you want that work group to go find, and that group can come back to you and say, you want a career and college readiness indicator, here are the things that we could put in there, and then do you like that, or do you want us to do something different? Is that helpful?
Very helpful, thank you. It'll inform our discussions, I think.
I get that we're trying to get to our small groups, but I do have a question. On a couple of occasions, I've heard that other states do it this way. Other states could add not only ACT, but they could do work keys, and they've done this. At what point will we receive education on other ways of doing things? My mind is closed. I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea. We're about to go into small groups to ask for perspectives, and I don't have much to give. I'm a county commissioner. I've never taught one child except my own. And so I would love to know, how are we able to really bring in the best of what other states have done Or is it something that we're going to do alone and do our own individual research? Because I want to make sure that I'm not speaking from a position. Some elected officials want to be experts and talk about things they don't know about. I'm not one of them. And so I've sat here and listened for, this is our, I think, second or third meeting. And I'm just waiting to be able to receive information and to be able to say, oh, this works. This looks great. I think we all realize that this, what we're currently doing needs to be changed. But I'm not yet able to put everything together. So please help me with that part.
Yes, and thank you. Really appreciate you bringing that up. So that's where brief 3, I think, is going to be really helpful, because you can look at brief 3 has alternative indicators. These are things that you may or may not be measuring now, right? When you look at it and you're thinking of it from the perspective of a county commissioner, from organizations, from what business leaders want, and you look down that list, what are the things that you would like to see that you think are important? And then put those down, offer those. And again, we're not getting in the weeds. I mean, we've started getting in the weeds, which is great, because I think these are going to be helpful examples. But right now, we're still at that level of keep, revise, or remove. So consider other options might be something that you would put in there, right? Using what you're seeing in brief 3.
And I'll also say that the current system creates an unnecessary friction between commissioners and school board members due to the lack of understanding on exactly what does it mean to be a D? What does it mean to be an F? County commissioners, especially in a system right now, in a day and time where the state budget hasn't passed, and school systems are asking counties to fill the gap. You know, we're the ones now that they're looking to when the teachers want more pay, they want us to fill that gap. You know, and so when we look at the grading system, we can't help but revert to back when we were in school. A D was really, really bad. A F was really, really bad. But yet you're asking us to give more and more. And we're looking at a state where the General Assembly is trying to cut our ability to raise the revenue to give you more. It's a very concerning time, and I think, you know, of course, I don't want to go out of the guardrails, but I haven't spoke for 3 meetings, and so I'll say that we have to have a system that is clear and concise, especially to the funders, so that we're not penalizing our school districts who desperately need help because we misunderstand the data. I have seen a county in the news where the chairman of the board says, until we see better grades as far as the accountability system, we are going to withhold funding. And so I just wanted to say that is my perspective, that is what I want to give as the president-elect to the Board of County Commissioners across the state, that we're able to work together to get a better system from that framework, in my mind.
Yep, so if you were wondering why am I on this task force, that's exactly why. That is in the survey, when you see the question about percentage of schools identified as DNF and single letter grade system, you may not know, like there are lots of different options, but having that context and making sure you include what you just mentioned is going to be really important, because the working group can take that and say, all right, so what are our options then, given that these are some of the things that are happening and what you're experiencing as a potential rift, right? Or inconsistencies between what the school systems are doing and saying and what you as a county commissioner need to do. So is that helpful? Okay.
I'm so sorry. To your point, Commissioner Thomas, I'm so glad that you lifted that. And when I say this, I'm not saying that I clearly do not agree with our current A through F system, but I do want the public that may be viewing, when they see this number of 42%, as a superintendent, I know how that can be twisted easily. I do want to point out that 21-22 was the year that we had just come out of the pandemic, and that number is high compared to last year's data. So I just want to make sure that in our state and across the country, there's not a narrative of 42% of our schools are failing, because we don't have failing schools, thing one. But thing two, the accurate data for last school year is 31.5, which is high, but it's much better than what it's not 42. So I just
In
want to kill
2025?
that, excuse me?
In 2025?
In 2024-25, yes,
Okay.
last school year was 31.5
Okay.
in North Carolina.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for looking that up. And so that's about a third, right, where we are right now. And so the question then is that about right? Like, does that match what we see in schools? And if the answer is no, then we need to make those changes. So I'm going to put you in your groups. We have about, I think, about 15 minutes in your groups.
That's a lot. This is a big ask for 15 minutes.
This is a big ask for 15 minutes. Yeah.
Start talking, and if we need to
If
extend.
if we need to extend it, yeah, we can. We'll call that a tentative 15 minutes, and then we're going to regroup. And if you have a green, everyone should have a Post-it note on your tags. If you have green, we're going to ask you to go over there. Salmon there, pink there, blue there. The other thing, I think we let this conversation go on because there was this whole group discussion, I think, has been really rich, and there's been a lot of feedback that's already come out. So you can consider what you've heard already, right, in these conversations when you get into your small groups. One last thing I'll say, the goal here in these small groups is not to reach consensus. The goal is to try and get as many different perspectives out on the table as possible, right? You want to be able to hear as many different perspectives so that then you can make the most informed decision when it comes to taking the survey. Make sense? All right, so we'll give you a chance to move to your respective areas and start the small groups. Pink is back here in this corner. Blue over here. And salmon is over here.
Make sure I'm pink and not salmon.
Yeah, yeah. They're close, right? That's pink.
That's pink, okay.
That is true. What if you're colorblind?
Yeah.
This is good. I mean, I think like if we need to do some shuffling, what we can do is move the design principles.
Juan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay. Can we make sure her audio doesn't come to the outside? Is there a way to do that?
Because anybody that talks on the Zoom is gonna come out.
I see. Okay, Juan, we've got Bruce Friend. He's the chair of the Charter School Review Board with us. And I didn't know if you wanted to facilitate the conversation with him or if Chair Friend wants to just do the survey and collect his thoughts on his own.
Yeah, I'm happy to go either way. We did lose someone online, and if so, you can always put us in a breakout group.
What was the question?
Quick interruption. We're going to take, if you could finish your conversations and take the next 5 minutes and move back to your seats, we'll start the survey in 5 minutes. Finish up, say the last word, and please come back to your seats in the next minute or two.
All right, folks, we are going to ask you to come back to your seats, please.
So if you go to your computers, you can open the survey either using the QR code that you see on the screens, or you can go to the tiny URL, or you can just, the easiest thing to do is probably just to go to the link and open up the survey in the link. And if you need does anybody need a paper copy, or are you okay doing this on computer? Okay. Well, we have paper copies if you'd like one.
You got an email from me, Carla Evans, and it'll say 2.4 survey. If you click on that, or you can go to the landing page, but it's, yes. And it says the email is links for today's accountability. It'll say survey for section 2.4. That's the one that you want. If you're having a hard time finding it, just ask us and we'll help you to find it in that long email. We know that some of you are done and some of you are not done. So if you are done, you're welcome to have lunch. And if you're not done, you can finish right now, or you can go get lunch and finish while you're eating lunch. But we are going to try to start like a little earlier than 12:45 just to make up a little time if possible. So go to the bathroom, get some food, finish your survey, and then we'll see if we can start back at 12:40 if possible. Lunch is in that room over there. All right, we're going to get started. All right, welcome back from lunch, everyone. We're going to get started. I hope you got some calories in you and some caffeine because we have 2 chunks of content this afternoon that we would like to talk to you about. The first big topic is design principles, and the second we'll be looking at those 12 other indicators from that NASM report that we haven't yet talked about and getting your opinions. So let's start first with design principles. We know that when we're building anything, you see the picture on the screen here is of building a bridge. Anytime in any industry you're building something, there are tensions and trade-offs. You make decisions in design that might make something structurally really safe, but it might have an environmental impact, for example. There's going to be trade-offs, and the same is true in accountability systems. And what we're looking for today from you is to see where we can get direction and guidance for the working group relative to important trade-offs in accountability system design. And so there are 8, there's more than 8, but these are the ones that we think are most relevant in this particular context and that will give good direction as the working group starts to talk about indicators, they start to talk about measures, they start to talk about putting the system together. These higher order design principles, we hope will help them to bring back to you some recommendations that are more in line with the ways in which you're thinking of accountability. So my goal here right now is I don't want to spend a lot of time going through these design principles, but I want to make sure you're clear what they are before you go and talk about them. So if you would, in your handout, you have the 8 design principles, and you can see that they fall along a continuum. And so what I'm going to do here on the next set of slides is I'm going to start with design principle 1. I'm going to explain it at a pretty high level, and I'm going to say, do you have any questions about this? I'm not looking for your opinions now. I'm not looking for that. That's what you're going to do in your groups. You're going to share your opinions and perspectives, and I'll explain that activity. It's just simply, do you understand what are on the 2 ends of the continuum, or do we need to clarify? And please use this handout to take notes because that will help you also as you go into your breakout groups. So the first design principle is simplicity versus comprehensiveness. Hopefully this is simple to understand, no pun intended there, but you can imagine an accountability system that is very simple. And in some ways, North Carolina's system right now, elementary and middle, you have performance on tests. It is pretty simple from one vantage point where you have a limited number of indicators and you want them to be easily understood and computed locally. That might not be true of all of the indicators right now, but that's a design principle that you would say to the working group, we want to the extent possible, whatever you send back to us to be as simple as possible. One, from the number perspective, but also just easy to understand, easy to compute locally. That's one end of a continuum. And there's a lot of demarcations in between there and the other end, which is we want it all. We want it to be as comprehensive as possible, obviously including a technically defensible set of indicators and measures, but we want it to be very comprehensive, and some might be more difficult to understand or compute locally. And we're okay with that because we're willing to go with that trade-off of it might be more technically defensible, even if it's not so easily understood by everyone. Clarifying questions only, please, for this two ends of the continuum. Number 2, change versus comparability over time. This came up earlier, where if you change the measure, you can't then draw back on years of data for that. So often we say, if you want to measure change, don't change the measure. So this is that tension between, no, we actually really want change and we're open to any change. That means we'll change our achievement. Maybe we don't use percent proficient anymore. Maybe we use scaled scores or index values. Maybe we don't use EVOS. Maybe we use a different growth metric. If you change the metric, you can't then go back in time and look at that at a school level, at a district level, and make fair comparisons because you've changed the measure. So one end is you are like, no, we are completely open to change if it makes sense, obviously, or we want to be able to compare and go back in time and be able to look at school quality trends. We don't want to mess with it. And you might have nuance here, and that's what you're going to discuss in your group. And that's what you're going to tell us in your, as part of the output that I'll go into in a minute. It's like, where might you want to be open to a change? And maybe it's in all situations. And where might you really want comparisons to not change? Questions about this one? Okay. Flexibility versus standardization. So flexibility means that you might give, for example, local measures that could be used in state accountability, or choice over which indicators are relevant for a school. Some states do that in post-secondary readiness, where they'll have a whole menu of options related to college, career, and military, and you have to get, any student can qualify under any of those categories. That is a form of choice and flexibility. You're not saying it has to be ACT or ACT work keys, for example, just to put it in your context. Or choice over what data or evidence can be used for an indicator. So you might say, we're open to using achievement and we're open to using it in these different ways. Or you say, no, we want all schools to be measured using the same indicators and the same methods. So what we're looking for is, if you had to choose, where do you fall along this continuum? And it might be in the middle. It might have a lot of nuance. And that's what we want from you, because that's what we're going to communicate back to the working group. Questions about design principle number 3? Okay. Number 4, reporting new information versus minimizing burden. So when you think about the side of reporting new information, that means you might be collecting new types of data. It might be qualitative, it might be quantitative, but it's just something you haven't collected before. And it could provide new or local context. It could just be also a new form of data collection. Versus the other hand is, actually, we want to minimize new data collection burdens, and we don't want to ask schools and districts to supply the state with information that they don't currently. So those are the two ends of the continuum. Clarifying questions? Okay. Number 5 of 8. So treating all schools the same versus designing for exceptionality. So if you want to treat all schools the same, that means that every school would be held accountable to the same set of indicators or expectations, regardless of whether they maybe serve different student populations. For example, alternative high schools. In many states, because alternative high schools will always have lower graduation rates because they're serving, in a lot of cases, students who are at risk of dropping out, they will automatically be identified as a school in need of improvement. And so you have to ask yourselves, is that because they're actually a school in need of improvement, or because they just serve a different student population? Similarly, you can think of different grade configurations. Like K2 schools right now are often basically considered feeder schools for 3-5, and they receive the same rating as the 3-5 system. They don't have different sets of design for K2. So these are ways of treating all schools the same. Would be, we're going to just, every school's the same. So if it's a high school, all high schools will have these indicators. All elementary and middle school will have these indicators. Or do we want to have some design for exceptionality? And you don't have to say what design for exceptionality per se, but you could just say we'd like the working group to the extent possible, if that's something that you think is important, to include that as part of their options. Clarifying questions about 5. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yeah, if you think of exceptionality in other ways besides charter schools, alternative high schools, K2, those are examples. Okay, number 6, mostly outcomes versus the balance of outcomes and opportunities. So if you think about your North Carolina's current system, performance on tests, on-time graduation, and ELP are all outcome measures. Math course rigor is students taking that course, which you could argue is an opportunity. So this is really asking, as you think about redesigning a system, do you want it to lean towards outcomes, mostly outcomes? And we listed some there: academic achievement, growth, grad rate, chronic absenteeism are all basically lagging indicators of school quality, which means you won't see a movement in those indicators unless other things happen over here. They're called lagging indicators for that reason, and they're outcomes. We know that school improvement happens over here on the inputs and the processes. We've talked about that in the theory of action. So then the question to this group is, do you want the working group to bring back a balance of outcomes and opportunities? It's not just all outcome measures. And those would be more leading indicators. And you don't have to specify what those are right now. You're going to give direction when we talk about the 12 indicators this afternoon. Questions about number 6? Okay. Number 7. Do you think that implementation of this new state accountability system should be longer term? So there should be time spent after the recommendations are made here and there's a report written to investigate the impacts, to research the way different indicators or measures might be working in the system. So you want it to be longer term implementation, which might signal you have greater confidence that the new system is working as you intend, or you're like, no, we need change and we need it now. We can't wait X number of years. We really think that to the extent possible and feasible, there should be near-term implementation. Again, this is your perspective on that and will also shape the kinds of advice you get from the working group. Questions about this one? Okay, last. So earlier, Curtis talked about how in some states, like North Carolina, if you think about 2 concentric circles, one being a state accountability system, the other being federal, right now, there is no distance in North Carolina between the state and the federal. They are overlapping. That's a single system. You can have multiple systems where the state and the federal have different indicators, or they have the same indicators, but they have different measures. So it might be achievement, but one is percent proficient, one is scaled scores, which I'm not saying they're orthogonal, like they don't correlate, but they are different. So you can have them be very, very different, or you can have some measure of overlap. And there's obviously trade-offs there, right? Because when you have overlapping systems, you have to think about how do you communicate out what are the pieces that overlap. But it can also be a benefit, right? Because there are some overlap and so people can understand and contextualize it. So there are trade-offs in all of these. I'm thinking because we're here to design a state system, the idea is not to have a single system anymore, as I understand it. So we're really trying to get a sense of how much do you want there to be overlap, or would you recommend there be overlap between the current federal system and what will become the state? Or do you really think, you know what, let's just let them, to the extent possible, work independently? We're just looking for your perspective on that. This is not the last time we will talk about design principles. So everything you say today and the recommendations that come out of it will be the first bite of this apple, because then you're going to start to see that played out and you might say, oh, actually, we kind of changed our minds. Now that we see that operationalized in terms of an indicator or a measure or the way the system comes together, we can see why we might lean in a little bit of a different direction. So don't feel like you're pigeonholed by what you say today, but it will give some starting direction for the working group. So let me pause here. Any questions about this one? And then I'm going to describe the activity and have you guys go into your small groups. All right. So it's helpful before you go into your small group to just take a few minutes, and we're going to do that here, to note your individual perspective right now before you get into a group and you have a conversation where the point is to get other perspectives that could inform your viewpoint and either complement it or give you something else to think about. So we're going to do that. And then I'll describe the rest of the activity. So if you would please take a few minutes, use your handout, and there's a continuum there. Put yourself and write some notes to yourself. And then when each of you have had an opportunity to do that, I'll describe the activity. can you show me with your fingers? Are you needing like 0 minutes, 1, 2, 3? I'm not rushing anyone. I just need a temperature check. 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. Okay, let's take another minute or two, please, and then I will bring us back together. All right, I'm going to describe the activity and then we're going to get up and we're going to move and I'll explain that. So notice there are 8 posters around the room. Number 1 starts back there where the pink is and goes all the way around the room clockwise to number 8 here. You will rotate from wherever I give you to start with your group through all 8 of them. You just won't start at the same place. What you're going to do when you see the poster is, as it says on the slide, you're going to discuss your perspective with your group. So let's say I start at number 1. Let's say I'm in the pink group and I start at number 1. We're going to listen to each other share our perspectives. We're going to see, is there sort of consensus about where we want to place our pink sticky note on this continuum? And what's our rationale? So somebody from the pink group will come grab their whole thing of Post-it notes, put yourselves where you would fall along the continuum if there's consensus, and what's your rationale and anything you want to add about that. Thank you. And if there's some reason that your group does not have consensus, note that. You can put 2 pink sticky notes and say, we do not agree, and here's the reasons why we have differing opinions. We're not interested in fake consensus. We're just trying to uncover where consensus may occur and what are the underlying reasons for it. So you're going to add your Post-it note based on the color you were assigned earlier. And then we're going to rotate. I would suggest about every 5 minutes we rotate. So in a minute, I'll show you where you're going to start. And I'm not going to force you to move on, but just naturally you're going to feel the next group start to move and encroach on your territory, because the group who starts with number 7 is going to do 7, 8, and then they're going to go and walk themselves to number 1. So the people at number 1, if they're way behind, are going to be like, oh, we got to move ourselves along. This is where peer pressure works out well. Questions about the process before I tell you where you're going to start? So we'll take about 5 minutes at all the posters. When we're done, we're going to take a break, and that will give us an opportunity to take pictures, and then we're going to look at them together and see what meaning we can make before we move on to the last section for today. So you don't need to count off by A, B, C, D. That was old. When we had the sticky notes this morning, we changed this. So if you're in the pink where you started this morning, you're going to start at principle number 1, and you're going to spend about 5 minutes there, and then you're going to go to principle number 2, talk about it, and then you're going to keep rotating yourselves around until you get to number 8. If you're blue, you're going to start at principle 3, go to 4, rotate all the way around until you get back to 3. Green, start at principle 5. Salmon colored, start at principle 7. Come grab your sticky notes if you need a pen to write on it, and go ahead and distribute yourselves around the room. All right, I know groups are finishing up. We're going to take a 15-minute break. 15 minutes. So do what you need to do. 15 minutes. We'll come back at 1:55. All right, if you can retake your seats, I'm going to just refresh this to make sure it's updated. So what we're going to do here before we go to the last chunk of data, so thank you for staying with us here, is we're going to try to debrief, and Chris will take some notes as we're talking. We want to make sure that we adequately capture the perspectives that were shared on each of the design principles, and that there are certain places where I'm going to say, could somebody give voice to this? Because it might be that we don't really understand exactly what your group talked about. And so we'll go through each of the design principles. I, in bullets, summarized what I thought I understood from reading the bullets, because sometimes they look very spread out. And on some of the design principles, it's because you truly are spread out. In other cases, you actually were very aligned. It's just that you interpreted the two ends of the continuum differently. So I think it's important that we consolidate our understanding here while we're in the room together. And you can say, no, that's not actually what we meant, or yes, that is what we meant. And Chris will take notes as we're talking. So for the first design principle, I know you can't read the small font, so that's why I tried to type it up, and I'll read it to you. Even that is very small. But what was on the sticky notes, and you can see that there was a range of folks who put groups who said, we want it to be simple, we want it to be comprehensive. But what was underneath all of that, and on many of the sticky notes, was that you wanted it to be easy for various stakeholders to be able to understand, which then some of you said doesn't mean that it can't be comprehensive. So some of you interpreted simple like it's simple to understand. And I think everyone wanted that. Like, you should be able to communicate this. But then other groups said that doesn't mean it can't also be comprehensive at the same time. So is there any group where that wouldn't have reflected the tone or tenor of your conversation? Just that first bullet point. Like, you want it to be easily understood by stakeholders, but that doesn't preclude it from being comprehensive. Okay. There were some groups who talked about the importance of reporting it out by measure so the data isn't hidden. I heard some of the conversation about right now, what's communicated is you're a C school, period. You're an F school, period. And so what isn't shown is, well, what about in mathematics? What about under English language arts? And because of the way the system is designed to aggregate it in a particular way, there are different aggregation methods that we can bring back to you that would unhide, quote unquote, some of that information. And I saw some of you write about that. One group talked about a dashboard. What was the group who talked about Yankee Stadium? Yes, you want to share your analogy with Yankee Stadium?
A way to understand data sets for me is I went with my husband to a Yankees game, and he's a baseball brain. And the dashboard there is just all the data that is available. And he looked at different things, but I looked at the score. Right. And so what that's helpful for me to understand is that different stakeholders can see what's there and find a way to quickly understand, but also look for other things that matter. Mm-hmm. So just that context of more the dashboard approach. And I will say that I personally, because we have been so ingrained in letters for so long, it's kind of hard to set that down to imagine something that maybe doesn't exist in my mind yet.
Yeah. And so that might be helpful, and we'll take that back as a recommendation that when we meet back with you in June, let's have that conversation. Let's talk about what are a range of aggregation methods, and we can show you examples from different states, and that will help you to think about the trade-offs even within those. So let's make that a point in our notes to bring that back here, so you all can imagine what's a different world, what could it look like? But I think for a couple of your groups, you talked about that sort of unhiding things, a dashboard sort of approach. So we'll bring you back a range of examples. And then one group talked about a multi-year view. Does it have to just be 1 year of data that you use to identify schools? Some states use 3-year averages where they're looking at 3 years of data. So that's something too we could encourage the working group as they're thinking about different approaches to bring that back to you as well. Is there anything else on this that you think was not brought out by what I just used as summary? So number 2, we talked about change versus comparing over time. And I think it's pretty clear that every group was like, change from the current system is desired.
It's not clear exactly what that change is yet, which is absolutely okay. We're not there yet. But I think it's clear the priority you're giving us and what you're giving the working group is we're okay. We're not beholden to being able to compare our data from 2020, 2015, 2024. We're open to change. I see heads nodding. Anyone want to speak up here? Otherwise, I think this is a pretty easy one to move along.
But we certainly, I think in our group, we wanted to, we talked and agreed that we're not saying that the model needs to continue to change over time.
Right.
We're talking about from what we have now to where we're going.
Thank you.
That we don't think there needs to be a continuous, every 3 years you redo the model.
Yes.
But now we do go through change of data every time the standards
You
are
reset
changed.
the standards, yep.
So,
Yep.
in math, when the new standards come out, you're not really it's going to be hard to go back and look. So it's not just because we won't change, it's already happening to
Yeah.
us.
There is change happening under
Within the
hood,
system.
Within the system. And you would hope that there would be comparability, right, of performance expectations because it's tied to state PLDs or ALDs that maybe shift and change if the standards change dramatically. But you're right, there is change that's happening under the hood.
New assessment, we don't get the results.
Right.
It'll be another
Right.
year before, so when the new math standards and then the assessment, we won't get those results. They
Right.
won't count against that child or that school or whatever
Yeah.
until it's normed. And then, so we go through that
Yeah.
chain.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, number 3, flexibility and standardization. So, yes, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
I only wanted to bookmark something, not pause on it. One thing that's kept coming up in different discussions is that our math accountability is very important, but at the same time, we have no continuity about how it's coming about. It's coming from multiple different ways or tests, and the way it seems to be calculated may leave out some of the scores of some of our brightest students who passed it in middle school. And so we're probably depriving ourselves of the truest measures. And so at some point that's a detail, but I think we should bookmark that to figure out how we can do a better job on that.
So math achievement in particular, how that's included in the model.
Yes, what the components are of it.
Okay. No, that's good. Thank you. So the third was flexibility versus standardization. And from the outset, it looks like you all have really strong differences of opinion. I think that's true to some extent, but I'm going to try to summarize what I read, and then we'll see if there is some through line here. So you'll see the green on the left was talking about for alternative high schools, I believe, and specialty schools, that there should be flexibility because they have exceptionality in terms of who they're designed for. And then on the other side, you saw green put elementary and middle schools that might be more similar to each other. So I think, and then the folks in the middle with the blue and the salmon wrote about allowing flexibility, but having some standardization. So some may be different choices to fulfill certain indicators. No one wrote post-secondary readiness, but I heard that in the conversations that came up were conversations about where it makes sense. Could the working group bring back options and flexibilities that would be within a particular indicator itself? And then the pink group had with some local choice options. So I think there is some range of opinions here about how much flexibility you want to allow. And so I think that will be something that the working group, taking this as is, will say, okay, some are interested in more local choice and flexibility. Let's give them some options and tell them the trade-offs. And if it's more standardized, present those options as well, but think in particular about alternative high schools. So that's how I interpret this and how. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, we're the green group. So yes, and for high schools, I think what we were trying to say is even in a comprehensive high school, there are so many options and multiple ways that you can account for different things at a high school. But at an elementary and middle school, that's where you really need to focus on foundational math literacy. Okay. So more standardization at the elementary and middle level, but at high school, regardless if it's a specialty alternative or a regular comprehensive high school, there's lots of ways that you can measure for for post-secondary outcomes, is
Okay.
basically what we were saying.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Any other context that you want to share here, please?
Yes, we're the pink group, but under the local options, we would consider maybe three or different options, and you already, not that you get to choose, but you get the best of those three.
Okay. And were you thinking of a particular indicator, or were you just more general?
Just general.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, you were more on the side of let's see some different flexibilities and let's talk about the trade-offs. Okay. And I know different groups thought differently, and this is where we see there's differences of opinion, and we'll bring back options to you. It will make it real when we start talking about a particular indicator and a particular set of measures. So it will definitely will land the plane as we move forward here. Number 4 was reporting new information versus minimizing burden. And I will say, I think people interpreted this differently. So when I heard groups talking, the way we meant this, and so how I think came out, and I listened to, I think most groups talk about it, was we meant when you're minimizing burden, that means that the data is somehow already collected from the state. Doesn't mean it's used for accountability, but the state collects, I think somebody said like 423 reports. So the schools are already giving that data. It wouldn't be a new data collection. It would just mean it's now being used for a different big A, accountability. That's different than going to a school and saying, we actually want narrative descriptions of your English language learner program, and they don't already provide that to the state. So when you interpret it through that lens, and in talking with the groups here, I think most agreed that, oops, sorry for the misspellings there, even if it doesn't look like it, the state should, it doesn't look like it, meaning in the spread of these sticky notes. Your opinion was the state should not be asking for more data from local education agencies, but using existing data. And part of that, one group talked about, could we eliminate it? Like if we're collecting information, I believe it was about cursive writing, you know, how the percentage of your teachers who teach cursive writing. And they were like, that might have been important to some legislature back in this time, but why are we still asking LEAs to collect that? So part of a recommendation might be later down the line, DPI goes through that long list of data to reduce burden of what's there. Any context or nuance you want to add here, please? Yes. Oh, sorry, go for it. And then there.
Is it me?
Yes, please, Senator.
I'm just curious. I feel like I'm jumping ahead to what the superintendent mentioned. So if it's foundational, I know one of the things that really struck a chord with me was some of the data that was mentioned at the K through 2 level. Looking ahead, I can't remember what those indicators were, but what's that?
Dibbles.
Yeah, but
Like screeners, universal screeners.
right. So, is that new information?
That would be new information. As far as I'm aware, I don't know that.
You mean as far as collecting?
Yeah, collecting it.
No,
from
we
local-
collect
Oh, you do?
that information.
Okay. So that would be.
K through 3, we collect that information.
Okay. Thank you. So that wouldn't be a new data collection. That would be saying, look, the state already collects it. Now that could be a conversation for including an accountability.
Just follow attention skills. The other one that was mentioned on the readiness.
Yeah, that was it under school readiness or
Yes,
kindergarten readiness?
self-regulation, attention skills. I think those.
Does the state, please?
I was just going to say there is a state law that prevents us from using K2 data for any type of accountability purposes. Sorry.
Very helpful context. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would be curious as to what the 423 things are. I've worked in the school system my entire career, and I had no idea that there were 423.
Well, to clarify that point a little bit, there's 420 roughly.
Whatever it was.
Reports that are required by the state board or DPI to the legislature. The vast majority of them are not really reviewed by the legislature. I think they collect primarily dust, unless there's certain members that may have a particular.
Well, I know like in
interest.
exceptional children, there's a lot of data that you could, but I just didn't know what it was.
We have asked the legislature to hone in on the ones that it really needs to reduce, because honestly, it's a burden on the department, but it's a bigger burden on the districts, because all that information comes from the districts. And I also wanted to supplement by saying there are also some other information that we collect. It's not been asked for by the legislature, but our research and development group are getting that information to try to make good judgments about where things are. So maybe the best way to put that would be, can we find a way to hone in on collecting the most pertinent information for helping
Right,
our students
right.
and
Thank you.
supporting our teachers?
Representing the pink group, I just wanted to over-explain my position in forming that. It's not that I don't want reporting of new information, but I could use more information on what we aren't requesting that could be actionable and worth collecting, with the priority of I don't want to add burden. I don't want there to be more burden, but if it's a trade-off that's worth it, I still want it to be considered and brought to the table personally.
Yeah, thank you. So design principle 5, treating all schools the same versus designing for exceptionality. So you can see that more groups talked about sort of towards the side of designing for exceptionality, particularly alternative high schools within the model itself. So that was where most of you landed, but I know that the green group, you mentioned treating all schools the same will not work if the input or opportunities are a measure and maybe, they're a little bit different what they're getting as inputs into the system. So I think there's a little bit of nuance you wanted to add there. But in general, there was a desire to build exceptionality within the system, particularly for alternative high schools, if I understood correctly. Was that the tenor of your conversations?
I think it was for ours.
Okay. Let's not linger then. Number 6, mostly outcomes versus balance of outcomes and opportunities. You can see the cluster here, balance of outcomes and opportunities, but it was very clear in almost I think all of them, other than the pink who didn't write anything, but not to penalize schools unfairly, meaning that if you have rural schools, small schools, they are going to have differences in what they can provide as opportunities to students, particularly in high school and even in like world languages in elementary school. And you didn't want schools to be unfairly penalized for that. And so that needs to be some flexibility. If any of that's going to be included, there would need to be options and flexibility. I'm seeing head shake, so that seems like a good sum of your opinions. Anything else for the good of the order on number 6? Okay, number 7, longer term versus near term. You see the clustering, that change is needed more quickly. So I think that was the tenor of the conversations here is how can we make change that is nearer term in implementation rather than longer term? But of course, you don't want to rush something that can't be rushed. Anything we should add there? Please.
I think this kind of revisits the things that were brought up earlier of this is where it would be really helpful to have case studies of the other 50 incubators of the policy where we're all in the same boat with the federal requirements. So I think that would kind of expedite the near-term implementation if we don't feel like we're reinventing wheels.
Yes, yes. And the near-term implementation may be because the measure itself is more straightforward, like it's a measure that North Carolina collects and you believe in the quality of the data. And maybe it's in other federal systems across the nation or in other state systems, and so you feel like there's something there. So hear you on if there's more of a sense of confidence that you can implement it and implement it well with quality.
If I could also add to that.
Please.
The visual leans a lot near term, but our discussion was a lot more on combining those. So how could this be a long-term plan that still has urgency and is fit for the near-term change and milestones, but how can we have a long-term commitment and picture to gain confidence, credibility, test things that need to be tested, and not just say, oh, it's so easy to make a change in 3 years. If this doesn't work, we'll just do it all over again.
Yeah.
But to really show that we're committed to a plan long-term.
Yes, yes. hear you. And part of what we could put in our notes for Chris is, having impact analyses, being able to see what would the outcomes of this actual redesigned system look like in terms of real schools. Because if you have the data already, you can model that. And so that might be a priority of this group to say whatever decisions, we want to actually see the impact on this district, this school, given that we could actually model it out for you. Okay, number 8, you can see we're in a hybrid. We talked about we're not, part of why the DPI convened this group is to stop having a single federal state system. And I think one of the groups wrote about this, to have something that represents the uniqueness of North Carolina schools and the context in which you serve. And so that would include a hybrid system. So I think it's to be determined how much of an overlap there is, and that will be for future conversations, but that you're not interested in having completely separate and confusing systems that maybe people get more confused about, but there could be some overlap. Anything you want to add here for context? Okay. So we have our last chunk. I am reading the room and I can see we maybe need a little energy. So we are about to jump into our last section, which will involve group discussion about those 12 indicators from the NASM report that we have not yet discussed, and will culminate in the final survey, which we told you we're going to over-survey you today, which asks for you to prioritize those. It's a much simpler survey. It has the 16 NASM indicators, including the 4 that you've already talked about, and it literally asks you, should this be a high priority for them to discuss, a low priority, or somewhere in the middle? And we are going to then take the results of that, and that is going to be, for things that are low priority, they will not be on the working group agenda. So keep that in mind. If you say low priority, there are 16 indicators here, right? That there are very broad measures of school quality. Please remember, we are talking about big A accountability. So there are many things that matter. What do you want to identify schools? That's what we're talking about here. So please think of it through that lens. High priority for identifying a school, low priority, or somewhere in the middle. The way that sometimes people talk about the broad array of measures that matter, there are inputs that come into the system, there are processes that happen within it, and then there are outputs. We've talked about this already today. This is a review. You have the NASM framework. It's in your handout. We encourage you to use that and to take notes of your thoughts as you have group discussion. I will not be going through the 12 indicators step by step through here. You would, not want me to do that. So we are hoping you use your handouts and you look at what are the measures associated and what are other states doing in their federal systems right now related to that. Again, those are federal systems, so they are constrained, but they are where we could find examples for you of where states are doing work in those particular spaces as per the Education Commission of the States did a 2024 review. So that's based on their count. So there are these 16 different indicators. I already went through that. Again, don't worry if it's in red. If you think it's really high priority for big A accountability, that's okay. We're just trying to let you know that it's more complex if it's red, because that means there isn't as much research on reliable measures that can be used across the state in that context. One note of caution before we get into groups here. Campbell's Law. And Janet and I were talking about this earlier, that this is something we talk about a lot in the measurement field, and you have probably talked about whether you've referred to Campbell's Law or not. But any time we're talking about big A accountability here, we are trying to change behavior. Accountability is incentivizing change in behavior. When you do that with any quantitative social indicator, the more subject it will be to corruption pressures, and more apt it will be to distort and corrupt the social processes it's intended to monitor. This is what happens in schools, by the way, including with achievement tests. We know from decades of research, it narrows the content of what teachers teach. It changes their teaching style. It changes classroom assessment practices because it's changing behavior. So it's not just with some of these other more new to us indicators like school climate, for example. It's also true of our very tried and true things that we include in accountability. So I just want to keep that in mind as you're talking about these measures. Think about what could go wrong, because it will. And we have decades of research that tells us that these consequences are intended. So you might say, I want that intended consequence. And there are unintended, but they're not hidden. You could guess what those unintended consequences are, or you may already know from the research evidence. And for sure, that is something we will be bringing up with the working group, whatever we talk about. What is the research about the intended and unintended consequences that we know from the research? But you could guess, from your mind. So just keep that in the back of your mind as you're talking about what you want to set as a high priority for the working group. Okay, so we are going to go into small group discussions. I don't know if we need 50 minutes. We may. We're going to kind of see how things go. The rest of today is we're going to have small group discussions in your colored groups where you talk through your perspective. I would recommend you start at the top with the number 1 and go down. You've already talked about some of them, so you can eliminate those and have a discussion about them. If you agree, move on. You do not need to convince anyone. You don't need to build consensus, because at the end of that, here, you're going to take an individual survey where you say, number 1, high, medium, low. Number 2, high, medium, low. That's all. So that's the level of detail we need from you at the end of this. We're not getting narrative descriptions, if I remember correctly from our survey. We're just getting ratings of high, medium, or low. And this is a picture of what it looks like. So we don't need you to fill this out now, but go ahead, stand up, get something to drink, maybe caffeine, and then please be in your discussions, and we will come back by 3:10 at the latest. If we finish earlier, we'll come back earlier. Please, Vice Chair.
A quick clarifying question, based on a comment that was made moments ago about statutory authority on kindergarten through 2. Do we spend time on 1 and 2, or do we just start at 3?
That is a question I'm gonna do for DJ.
I would say that if you think it's a priority, then we seek figuring out how to move the roadblocks out of the way, right? So if we say we do think K2 should be part of the accountability system and support why that might be, then I think we look to our colleague here, Jeff, to help us navigate that process, to say, and here's why, right? Because maybe we come up with a really good reason why that people then accept and say, yes, you should do this component of it as part of accountability, because we do think it's important, and that is what drives the big A component. So I don't think you say no just because there's currently something in the way. Just like with our federal requirements, we're not saying we have to have English learner progress. It is required by the federal system, so whatever system we have to do for the federal system will include that, but the state may not necessarily. So I think it's thinking about it from that perspective. If you think it's important enough to include, we would put high, and then we as the group back here would take that forward and say, okay, they really want this in the accountability system. What are the things that are in our way to make that happen? And then how do we get those moved?
Just to push back for a moment, I personally think birth through age 4 is incredibly important to how our students develop, and we're not dealing with that at all here. So, I mean, obviously, in that light, I think these 2 items are extremely important, but that's a different question than whether they can be covered under capital A accountability. And that's
Exactly.
what I'm struggling
Yeah,
with.
we're talking about identifying a school.
Yeah.
So would you be willing to identify a school based on birth to age 4 information? Huh? Or K2. Exactly. And that's the conversation you should have in your small group. Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up.
And I would just add, regardless of whether it ends up in Big A accountability. Big A accountability is going to require cooperation and buy-in from the General Assembly. If we understand that this is, as a task force, this is important, then we can also surface ways that the agency, particularly when it's already collecting that data, can utilize it for support and improvement practices in working with districts and charters.
And I would say for the survey itself, when we get there, please just focus on Big A accountability. And then we'll have that separate conversation about, we think it's important, but for little a accountability. But we really want the working group to just focus on what is going to be used to identify schools. Other questions before you get into groups? So we're thinking the same groups where we would have pink, blue, green, and salmon, and have a discussion, and for sure wrap up by 3:10 and come back. We'll do the survey and we'll wrap up. All right, this is the 5-minute warning because some groups are done and some are still hotly debating. So let's do 5 minutes and come back together. All right, let me encourage everyone to come back to your seats, please. Come on back. All right. If you'll come back to your seats. It's like the small groups were a siesta. You guys are all back and fired up. I like it. We had the lull after lunch. All right, so we are going to do the survey in just a minute, but before that, I'm going to wrap us up so that way when you're done with the survey, you are free to leave. So there's just a couple notes and then I'll make sure to remind you how to find your survey. So we will send a quick check-in email after this meeting that we ask you to for feedback just on this meeting. How did it go? Did you feel heard? Did you feel like you had materials prepared in advance? So look forward to that. And we'll link in there these surveys in case for our friends who are watching on recording who maybe weren't here, because we do want to capture all the feedback. Our next meeting is virtual from 2 to 5 p.m. on June 18th. So make sure that is on your calendars. And if you did not yet provide feedback on that draft theory of action, if you would please do so. And again, we'll put that in our follow-up email to you to make it super easy for you to find the link to that. And everything, as always, is on that resource page. So please go there for future meeting dates and times, materials, and so on. So with that, if you would please, from either the email that I sent earlier today or from the resource page or typing in this long URL, please complete this final survey. And once you have submitted it, you are free to go. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is a long day. We eat and breathe this every day. I get fired up. This is exciting. This is not what you do every day. So I appreciate you staying present and focused. That was something Rupen said at the beginning, and I've just been so impressed by the thoughtfulness of the discussions and your willingness to engage in perspective taking and sharing of your opinion, even if it differs from somebody else. So appreciate that, and thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, and thanks to all who came today, and thanks for all the active participation, and really appreciate the rich discussion that we've had a lot of the time, both in small groups and in large groups. And thank you to all who participated and who guided us from the department, from our learned counselors. Thank you for all that. Hope everybody has safe travels home.